Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here. Let me know what you're up to. Let me know your hopes and dreams for 2025. I hope you're having an amazing holiday season and that it's gonna get even better in the next year. Today we'll be working with databases, authorization and authentication. We've done the Gainzatron app in this series and we could well apply all of the things that we're gonna be doing today to that project, but for the fun of it during the holiday season, I've also created a new Steerlist project that's supposed to be a Tiermaker competitor, which is a pretty good app and lots of streamers are using it. It's a tier list creation app where you just put the games you've played of the year and then you put them on tier list, or your favorite manga or anime fights or whatever else. Maybe you've seen it if you scroll enough on TikTok, then I'm sure you'll come across it and get the point. But there are quite a few ads, and on mobile as well, the experience isn't that good. So I don't think it's gonna be, the thing that we're gonna be building is gonna be taking over Tiermaker anytime soon. Great app, good app. I suggest you have a look actually, but maybe we can make it more modern. Maybe we can solve the problem for a few people that just want to make tier lists on their phones as well. And there's actually quite a lot of functionality that we can show off, try to make something like this. Even more functionality than what we're going for with the Gainzatron app. That's why today we will be doing the login, sign up, sign in flow for Steerlist. I decided to do it in this app. We could have done it on Gainzatron as well, but I decided to do it in this because maybe in the future we'll be able to do things. Oh my god, some of the thumbnails are outrageous here. Anyway, with a Tiermaker app, we could be showing off things that Cloudflare as well has solutions for, like image uploads, image storage, object storage, and image optimization. And even the Cloudflare AI helpers. So maybe you want to make a tier list, but you don't want to search Google for, your favorite biscuit or the feeling of seeing a sunset from a skyscraper in Dubai or whatever else. And then you use the Cloudflare AI integration to get an image prompt out of it. I don't know, we may experiment in the future. But drag and drop functionality, that's a client-side UI thing that we could be solving. A mobile app, doing the drag and drop on mobile, having it feel well. Optimistic updates, maybe local first, offline storage. There are so many concepts that I think we can solve better with a Tiermaker app rather than the Gainzatron app. But let me know if you want to go back on this one. We could. Today, it doesn't really matter. As I said, we'll be doing the login flow here. That's to do for today. And we'll be starting with email and password, which we haven't shown before, actually. We've shown many methods, including my favorite one, which is magic link logins, which is the solution where the user puts in their email, they get an email wherever they've sent. If it is indeed theirs, they can click the link and then they create the account, which is my favorite because it's secure. No one needs to have a password manager or whatever else. And if you're doing email and password, you need an email solution as well, because what if the person forgets the password? You'll need to have a password reset functionality, which is actually kind of like how the magic link emails work. But also we have shown social auth to login flows, the login with Google, login with GitHub, login with Twitch, which we may get to today. But we have a big agenda for today. Let's see how we do. But we'll get started with getting to the code. Again, the database solution we're going to be using for this one is going to be Cloudflare's D1, which is Cloudflare's SQLite solution. We could also use the key value store for this to store the user sessions and stuff, but Cloudflare D1 has more flexibility. We could be using the D1, the SQLite, for the other things that we want in our app, like the tier list templates and the tier list themselves. So why not set it up and have it ready for the next episode as well? Cool. So let's put in our timestamp here and get to work. Steerlist is exactly the same as Gainzatron. I cloned that project in a way that I've shown before on a live stream, removed the Git history, and then initialized it. I knew, changed the branding, but everything else is the same. So if you've been following along with Gainzatron, you would be able to follow along. Here, in the Svelte config, you will see that we have switched the adapter, the default SvelteKit adapter that you get by running the wizard, which we've done live, is the adapter auto, which will detect that you are actually trying to deploy it to Cloudflare, but the developer experience won't be that good because we will be adding some environment Cloudflare specific bindings, which include the way that we're going to be interfacing with the D1 database, Cloudflare D1. So important, we have done this in the past. Remember to do this as well. But next, let's see what we need to do. They are actually saying in the wizard that you need to switch to the adapter Cloudflare in order to do this later. So switching to the Cloudflare adapter means that we will be able to go to our app.d.ts and actually uncomment this platform interface and say what Cloudflare bindings we will actually need to use in our project. In our case, I believe we'll just want the N1 with the name of the D1 database that we're going to create. Unfortunately, it doesn't just show how to do this in this tutorial that I'm linking to in the Cloudflare docs. But on the second link that I have, and you can find all of these links in the video description as well, they do have a section on all the bindings that you can have in the Cloudflare platform, including one on D1 databases. So apparently we will go to the Cloudflare dashboard. Let's see, select our account. I should be already logged in because I did stuff yesterday here. And then I can go to the workers and pages section, which includes the Steerlist app. It's a Cloudflare page. But if I do go in the Steerlist, then I can go to settings, and then I can go to bindings, and then I should be able to add a D1 database. So again, we could do with a key value store, which may be even faster. It claims that it's low latency, but actually the D1 database is also served from where the pages app is served, and they may have even more magic happening with the D1 databases in the future. So I think we'll be fine going with this one. So let's click that. And then D1 database, no options. Do I need the variable name first? Steerlist. Interesting. So I'm wondering, do they suggest something? They do uppercase here. Let's do dev.db. So maybe we can have a prod and a dev.db. A dev1 is going to be the one that we experiment now. We will see as we go on with this episode. We'll start by enabling the email and password authentication, for example. But maybe even in this episode, we'll switch to also accommodating for social logins, login with Google, and then also accommodate for logging in with GitHub, and accommodating for email and password and social login providers is going to need some database schema changes, migrations. So it may make sense to have a separate dev database. And also, this is the place where you can horse around and do your experiments more freely, experiment with the migrations in the schema, but also with the data. Just in our tier list app, we could make some demo mock tier lists there, or we could even have our Playwright browser testing run against this database to do the tests and actually have end-to-end real tests. And here, D1 database says nothing. Do I need to create it somewhere else? guess that we need to create a D1 database somewhere else first. Maybe in the storage and database section. That should be in the guide. All right, let's create one. I know that with torso, Steerlist dev. Steerlist be fine? Sure. So with Torso, you get like 500 databases, which is essentially infinite, even if you have many projects like I. So I'm very, very willing to have a dev and production version, or a dev staging and production version of every database. I do think that you do get more than one D1. Let's maybe double check. Cloudflare. How many D1 databases are in the free tier? 50,000. Is that true? All right, 10 for the free tier. So it's a reachable limit. Like if you do dev and production you can do 5 side projects, I suppose. Hello, Faranglo. Thanks for coming today, and all your chats and support on the Discord as well. You've been keeping it lively. Well, I've been a bit out of commission. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you too. So 10 for the free tier. This makes me slightly wary of having a dev and a production one, but I'd be even more wary, I think, if I had to only do one. So for example, Supabase needs you to pay more if you want to have a dev and production one. You do have in Supabase 2 projects for free for your organization, but that can get quite tricky quite fast. So in theory, you can have like the one project that has a dev and a production database in Supabase, but that's it. No more free tier for you. Then again, the local development of Supabase is amazing. So maybe you can get away with just doing your development experiments against the local Supabase stack, and then just have the one database for your real project in production. Anyway, it feels like Steerlist dev is the one we want to create here. Location hint. I don't want to give it one because I do think their magic is going to figure out that when I attach it to the pages, the Cloudflare pages project, it's going to serve it, it's going to use the one that's closest to where that project is served from. So if it's me visiting the app in Barcelona, it's going to use the Barcelona server. But if it's you in like US, it's going to use a US-based server, or in Asia or wherever else they have servers. So no hint here, just click create and move on with our lives. Nickname 123321, which seems AI generated, but it's not, because you have that palindrome number, which is quite pleasant. So a real human there. Thanks for saying that you've been watching the content. I'll be keeping it up for sure. Right, so we have this thing. We've created a database. I guess we get like some UI to create tables and stuff here, which always makes me a bit nervous. I like to have things in the code. Database ID here. Hopefully that's not secret. That's not a secret. Let's see if we can just attach it to our pages project. Here. It can indeed be found him. Hello, Milos. Nice to see you as well. So let's call this devdb. Should we just call it db? How would we know to connect to the other one? Interesting. We could have to the devdb and the prodb in the same environment object, and then do a check in the connection later. That'd be cool. And yes, we will be using Wrangler in the next step. But let's see. So let's call it devdb here. we're attaching it here indeed. And I guess we can go back to the interface here. Let's see how they had it. Interface env, and then we can pass in anything we want here. So no type safety, like this doesn't know what I actually have in Cloudflare or what I've attached to this deployment, but this should be D1 database. And how do we know what this actually is? Like, it is a D1 database, but what does that even mean? No one knows. Can I not import it from somewhere? So Nickname says you could have a local DB just on your machine, and we will look into Miniflare to see how we would be doing that as well. And as I mentioned with Supabase, that's a common approach, that you use the local Supabase tag and then you save your one Supabase database there. So only the production stuff counts against your limit. But I do find Miniflare trickier to set up than Supabase, but maybe that's just because this would be the first time I'm actually using Miniflare in a project while I've used Supabase quite a lot. But yeah, your local stuff just being literally local is a way to get around those limits. For now, we will be using Wrangler to connect to the actual database that we've created now. Let's see how it goes. Right, so I've Wrangler coming in clutch here. Can we just import the types? You reference it at the top. Ah, Milos is coming in clutch, sorry. So let's see. But that's something. That's a project, isn't it? So I guess we should be able to import it like this, no? Let's see, npm add, go into our web app, add as a dev dependency the workers types here. Makes sense, there will be something. And let's see, D1 database, will it now know what it is? Nope. And with Milos's trick, now with this, there you go. It knows what this is. Thank you, Milos. That worked. Interesting. We are in a types file, so if I just import it like this, will it also just work? No. But like nothing wrong from doing it like this. I'm just wondering. Could also import it like this to be more explicit, I suppose. I do think it makes more sense to just import everything, like Milo suggests, but how come I have to do the dedicated type trick? Let's look at this project. Does it have an alternate way in the GitHub? You can also reference it like this in your TN's config, I suppose. Any other way to do it? Yeah. Manually like this. Oh, that's fine. All right. Ah, interesting. And we don't need this because we have the SvelteKit app2d.ts where we're essentially doing the same thing. All right, cool. So this is going to work for now. Again, no validation that devdb is a real thing. You'll have to manually go here to your Cloudflare dashboard and check whether you've actually done this. But we have. Wrangler asks, have I used SST for setting up infrastructure like Cloudflare workers? I have not. Is this something like Terraform or something like that? I don't know what it is. It's one of those cases. Right, so we have this database. We've bound it into our project. Let's see if we can do like a select statement here. So SST is indeed a JavaScript version of Terraform. And I have not. I will look into it. I do have my trusty notebook here, which has an increasing number of Wrangler tips that I have worked my way through. So this is the first one. So if you, like me, get squirrely about just doing things in interfaces and not have no record in the codes, maybe SST, or if it's like Terraform, it could be the solution for you, because essentially you define the code and then it does the UI things for you, to put it in a very simplified way. So I'll definitely be having a look. So we've declared this thing, and it claims that on request we can get like the first row of whatever this is. Prepared statement, and it gets a first result like this. Interesting. We have our hooks file here, and we just have the dependency injection handle, but we can create like a handle here. And Milos is saying that you also knew of SST and wanted to check it out. There is indeed a threshold of, if it's like too simple, if it's like one click, I will do it in the UI. But if it's like 20 clicks and it's in the AWS interface, then I definitely want the code to be doing it for me independently every time. So I will be checking out and trying to also evaluate how it is. So this famous context object, how do we get it? It seems that actually every hook like this and every request will have the platform object here. Have his lint flipping out, and the platform object should be the one that has this thing. This gets the event object, which has the request event. Where would the context be? Do we need to resolve it? Because a handler, for example, a Svelte endpoint or a load method. Let's see one of the load methods that we have. In the login page, for example, does this have the platform? Yeah, so this has the platform object, but not the handles. Okay, we have the dependency injection handle. Will the response have the context? It's going to be the second parameter. It's inside the event. I was just being silly. So this is the input, which inside has the event on object, and inside the event object is surely the platform. Indeed, and we know because we wrote that the env has a dev DB, So that's good. It's claiming that this could be undefined. Interesting. There is not going to be a user stable. What else can I do with the database? Can I just do like a query? Just execute this. Then console log the result. I imagine this is a asynchronous operation. All right. So we try to execute this, but we cannot hit our devdb database. This is where we'll need Wrangler running, I am sure. Because this in production will work, but now locally it's not gonna do anything. Local I'm surprised that it doesn't mention Wrangler here. It does say this will install the Wrangler CLI, but it doesn't seem to be running it yet. Let's have the old refresh here just in case. Yeah, so I think separately we should be running Wrangler in order to actually talk to this database. So, did I have a different section? No, we're still going on this one. So, it's claiming we should create a Wrangler TOML file, which again in this repo they say nothing, but I guess you are running this wizard and it's gonna be creating the Wrangler file for you. It's I wish they just had there because, you know, I have my own wizard to run in my own project. Right, so I need to create a Wrangler TOML file. Which the link, there you go. You can do a JSON as well, whichever you prefer. Is this the new way to do it? I personally prefer JSON. They keep mentioning Wrangler TOML here, which makes me worry of using a JSON file. But again, like I don't know what to put in there. Maybe that's something that the LLMs would be able to help them with. In any case, on the level of the web app, so not on the source directory of the web app, but just where the packetization of the web app is, I'm going to create a Wrangler TOML file. And then the binding name surely will be what we've put in here. imagine. And the service, the name of the worker, I think it's either gonna be this or this. So not sure which one. Oh, separate one. It has a D1 database here. So let's use this one. Why not? So interestingly, we need to use both. And the database ID. And the binding, is this still this name? I can only imagine the answer is yes. All right, and now that I have a Wrangler TOML file, will the SvelteKit dev server just work? Let's see. Yes. All right. And we did get back some stuff from the exec from executing the query. Cool. So name at the top, I did see this Millers, but what does it do? Is it supposed to be the name of the app? It's already, is it supposed to be the name of the Pages app? Like this thing. I wonder if that will confuse it. Right, but in any case, Steerlist, name of the app, it's the same one as I have in Packetization. Cool. So we have this thing. It seems to work. Can we do something like more fun besides select one? The exec result returns count in a duration. It doesn't actually return the what we get back. Interesting. So yeah, let's do it the prepared statement way that they were showing before. Where this one? It here? Nope. Here. So this should be like the first result. Again, this is going to be event platform and devdb. If it exists. So let's put it here. Looks are not ideal, but that's fine. That's why we're doing it like this. So Nickname is asking, is this a native D1 ORM-like code? I'd say no. I'd say this is not an ORM. So this is not like Drizzle or their Drizzle alternative. This is just literally running some queries without an ORM layer in between you and the database. So if you just want to quick and dirty run some statements, you can do this. Like if you want to run raw SQL, Cloudflare has this thing, I suppose. But we'll be using Drizzle as our ORM later because I'm 15 years removed from writing my own raw SQL queries, and it's one of the many things today that I've mentioned that make me nervous. But if you prepare your statements, there's no way you'll get hacked. It's fine. Anyway, let's see if I actually run this. Let's see what the first row is. It's 1. Great. 1 equals 1. And how uncomfortable I am with SQL, I actually asked ChatGPT to give me like a more fun statement to run. before the stream. So let's see how it does with that one, including. As now, math for this. Let's just do it in one line. We won't actually be keeping this, but just to confirm that it works. All right, so there you go. Nickname is saying you're using Drizzle as well. You love 95% of it, but you do wish you could roll back migrations a little easier. Yeah, at least it's SQLite, so if I make a mistake with my migrations, I write them locally first, and if I make a mistake, I just delete the local database, just delete the SQLite file, and start a new, create a new one. Not ideal. And of course, if you are working against a deployed database, that's even more of a faux pas. But yeah, I wish they had a way where, oh, this statement failed, roll it back. This is what you need to run if you want to roll back this migration. It is something that is missing from more mature systems that can handle migrations. I don't know if Prisma now, for example, is doing better with migrations. I think they were first in JavaScript and TypeScript land that started doing the migration stuff well, but in general, we're very far behind other languages, including, of course, Ruby and Rails, which are the go-to for that sort of thing. And PHP, which was my 15 years ago thing that I mentioned earlier. All right, so ROSQL here, in theory, we could have like our migration logic here, and every time we run, not end request. Anyway, that's by the by. This is just to prove that we have connected to that database, and we're just running a regular SQL query that doesn't look into any tables because we have none. But we are getting something dynamic, so we are getting the dynamic timestamp time here. So every time a user does go here, it is getting a different time. Because current timestamp is something that SQLite understands and returns the current timestamp according to where the server is. So I am wondering, this doesn't have the timestamp information. This doesn't have the time zone information, actually. So, and this is not the current time here. This is UK time. Actually, it's not Barcelona time. So that's interesting. I wonder if that changes according to where the D1 database is. Now maybe it's in London. And that's why it's 1 hour behind from where I am. And if a user were to run this in the US, would they get New York time or San Francisco time or whatever? So that's interesting. But something to figure out later. That's not like a real feature. But we want us to prove that we are talking to a real database, so you can see that this time is dynamic. To make it clear, I have been using Drizzle in production for a while with no problems. It's just that thing that working locally, like the thing that I do my best to avoid is having to like roll back a migration in production. So I get slightly nervous when I work locally and try to create new tables, new schemas, new whatever. But as long as I sweat that enough, then I'm confident that everything is going to go fine, even with Drizzle as the migrations management. But I hear that D1 has its own migration solution, and it does work with Drizzle solution. So let's see how that goes in the next chapter of today's live coding and chill. Right. So we have proven we can talk to that D1 database we created. We will see about creating a dedicated one for production. The other thing with Drizzle is that they do have a hidden mini Flare adapter for local development, but there are no docs about it, like no documentation whatsoever. And I don't see an easy way to tell Drizzle, well, actually, now use the local mini Flare adapter and now use the actual Cloudflare D1 adapter. But yeah, undocumented features that are coming in the future, more things that make me nervous. Are we ending 2024 with things that make me nervous? I'm an optimistic guy. Everything is going to be resolved in the future. Anyway, so next up, let's, we did a bit of code. So let's get a sip of coffee. For data storage, Cloudflare itself has a few different solutions, including the key value store, which is like their Redis alternative. And they also have the durable objects, but it's only on the paid plan, so I'm not going to use it today because most people just want to trial these platforms and see if they are for them. And Cloudflare's free tiers are quite generous, so you can get around with them. And you don't really need this for what we're building today. But they do have what they call durable objects, and an experimental feature that is now in beta is SQLite in durable objects. And one of the things that this offers is synchronous operations against your database. So as far as I understand it, it would be that our Cloudflare pages and its functions and whatever is in there, the SQLite app, the SvelteKit app that we deploy, will be side by side the SQLite database or a replica of that SQLite database. And it would be able to read and write from it so fast as if it's running against a file right there. So there wouldn't be a need for asynchronous operations. In the same thread, in the same loop, you could instantly just read something or write something. So in some use cases where I guess, 50 milliseconds is not fast enough for you and you want like zero latency, then that's where you could be reaching for this. But it's in beta, it's paid, so I won't be trying today. Maybe we will be trying it for the future. But it is something exciting. And again, we're using this for Auth. There are the solutions you can go for. There are quite a few out-of-the-box solutions that just handle Auth for you without you needing to do anything besides paste in a few API keys, like your email service API keys, then your Google credentials and all of that, and they take care of the login for you. Supabase is one of those that has an Auth solution built in to go with their Postgres database and their storage buckets and all of that. It's a good one. But today we're showing Cloudflare because we haven't shown it in the past. And I do think Cloudflare is really good, and I am excited to show other things that they are offering as well. A lot of those things that they just turn on, I don't know how useful they are. But for example, their vectorized solution on their SQLite D1 database is quite promising. It is something that, for example, we could have the tier lists, and then the users would be using natural language to search like Baldur's Gate characters. And then maybe with this vectorized thing, we would be able to find answers for them, matching results, semantic results that could be better than some more rudimentary search algorithms. I don't know, we'll try it out in the future. When we actually have some tier lists, so it would be easier to explain what I mean here. But let's see, in Tiermaker, for example, if I search for Baldur's Gate crosses, it is giving me Baldur's Gate results. But maybe I would also want a result that's going to be like, I don't know, RPG crosses or something. Best companion characters, best romances, like something like that. And maybe being able to do a vectorized solution and semantic search would be, oh my god, would be something that that solution would help us with. Anyway, that's about it for talking about. There's also Zero, So Zero, we've been talking about this in the Discord as well. So from the people that have made Replicache, there are people that are super fans of doing local first applications. These are applications that use the user's local storage or IndexedDB or solutions that use your browser essentially to store the information. But this is really cool because then the user is next to their data. Therefore, all their read and write operations have pretty much zero latency. But how do you sync across devices? How do you sync across tabs? How do you as a developer look into the database tables to see what are the users actually storing in the database, run some aggregations, run some all of those things? I don't know. So they are making this thing that's recently gotten in alpha that is supposed to make this easy for you. So it's gonna be a local first type of solution that also connects to a Postgres database and maybe other databases in the future, and will keep polling and sending and syncing the information from the local data that each user is going to have to the data that is in your servers. And I think they also offer an auth solution as well out of the box. So as usual, they have like the classic premise that things are too complicated, but now this is the standard, the new standard that's going to make things easy. And I don't know, I'll need to try it out in real life. There is more and more content coming out of it. There are people that are more experienced with Zero and replicas and all sorts of things. So I'd rather funnel you to those people to have a look at how this is supposed to work. On the other hand, I do like showing things as the average user, as someone that isn't involved with writing adapters for Svelte and SvelteKit for this project. And therefore, I won't be going in and flying through it and be like, of course, it's simple, it makes sense. It is nice to get the view of someone that's not into the weeds with a project to actually see if you'd be able to work with it as well. And as we've mentioned, like lots of developers do like using Drizzle, for example, for this, but they have their own way to do it, like their database schemas there, and there is going to be quite a lot of things here. But it's a promising project. It's not solving a problem that I'm experiencing in most of the apps that I'm building, but maybe we'll find it here. So the idea with local first, for example, is if you're using it in the tube, in your database, in your gym's basement or something, somewhere where you don't have Wi-Fi or a good internet connection, or something that's very lag dependent, you don't want latency, then why do you want to do the server side round trip to actually persist the information that you have? Maybe for a tier list, as you're trying to actually have the Tiermaker here. Maybe for a tier list, as you're trying to drag and drop like the various items together, then you'd want to have zero latency. You wouldn't want the user to drag this to the left of this other thing and then wait for like even half a minute for the server to respond, all right, I've persisted this. But you can solve this with optimistic updates. So I'm not sure. If I was building an app for beach volleyball, for example, which is a game I do play, and then you play it in like various beaches that maybe you don't have 4G or 5G or Wi-Fi or anything like that, then you won't want the server-side trip because you won't be able to track the points if they happen, like the serves and all of those things, just on your phone. And then when you go home, when you go to the bar for beers or whatever, then you want that to sync so you'll see your game history and whatnot. In that case, you would want to do local first because being able to track the game as it happens without any errors is important. But that's not the app I'm building right now. So with the Zero solution is very exciting, but still very mature in my eyes. And since I'm not building that game tracking app at the moment, it's not going to be solving a problem that I have. So I'm not going to be reaching for it just now, but I'll be keeping tabs on it. And as I said, maybe the drag and drop functionality of the tier list with optimistic updates. Maybe we'll see that that's too complicated to do. I don't know. We'll see. Right. So we had the blah blah section, and we're ready to do more code. We will be bringing in a Drizzle here. So we have this like raw SQL query that we run against this magical thing that we've defined in our app types file. But I don't want to write raw SQL most of the time. I want to have a defined schema, I want to have migrations, and I've been enjoying using Drizzle. So let's see. First step would be to use the Svelte adder to actually see what type of Drizzle setup it gives us out of the box. Let's see. So let's go to the terminal. And let's say add Drizzle here. We have some modified files, but that's fine. And we want to use SQLite. Let's say libsql, but I guess we're gonna change this for Cloudflare's one. Package manager is gonna be pnpm. We're all set. So it's claiming that we need to set up a database URL and all of those things. It is saying, let's see what it's actually added here. So in .env.example, they've added a database URL, which I don't know if we're gonna need. I like having a .env.test that actually has the environment variables that we have, because we also use it for tests. So we'll keep in mind this database URL thing. Don't need it yet. It created a Drizzle config at the root level of the web app. And I can only assume it put the database schema in here. So it didn't nest it further into a schema directory, which is a bit sus. It added some helper methods in package.json. Let's have a look. So it's added the db push, which I don't like. So I'm gonna remove it. It's one of the ways where you can sync your local database schema to the connected database schema. But I don't like doing that because it can get a bit messy. I like creating migrations and then applying the migrations. So they do have a helper to apply the migrations and to run the DrizzleKit Studio, which gives you a UI against the database that you have, which is good. But I'd also want a helper for generate migrations, which is going to create the files that we're going to be applying like this. And I guess that's it, but we'll see what the command here is going to be. And Wrangle Toml, we created this one. Didn't add anything in app.d2ts, I don't think. So it created this file. Let's see. So in source lib server db nickname says you like the approach that CJ from Syntax has in the tutorial with a schema directory and a seeds directory. I do like this, the schema directory as well. That's what I do too. Create my things I like. I haven't done the seed directory, but that's a good idea. I just had a seed file, really. So that's definitely what we're going to be doing. So let's see. The DB index here, it creates a client against the database URL that's supposed to be an environment variable here. And it's checking for it from the dynamic environment variable store that SvelteKit has, which we're not going to do. And it also created the database schema here, which just created a users table. Cool. I am going to delete this. And then we'll decide what the schema is going to be. And this file, we're gonna get inspiration from, I guess, but actually apply what Drizzle itself is telling us we should be doing to connect to Cloudflare D1 specifically. So it is saying, here you go. On our Wrangler TOML, project name we can specify the main file here, interesting. Compatibility date, not compatibility. I guess we won't play around with this. What we do care are these and the migrations directory, interesting. So it also gives us a Drizzle config that is not specifying the migrations directory. So I guess it would be the default, which could be just Drizzle migrations, I suppose. So let's trust that. So in our Wrangler TOML, let's say that the migrations directory is going to be Drizzle migrations. See what that happens. See what that does. And it's it wants us to add the Drizzle ORM. Interestingly, as a production dependency. Let's copy the whole thing there. And DrizzleKit as a dev dependency. I think for SvelteKit, both should be actually. Doesn't matter. So anything else? libSQL, yeah, it did add libSQL client, which we won't need. That's the wizard. Hello, good dev student. How are you doing? So we have the Drizzle ORM here. We've added those two things. We can run the PNP map recursive latest. It's actually bringing up to date, fresher dependencies. And I guess the DB client we create like this. All right, so let's see in this file here. We don't want this. We want this Drizzle. We don't want this. We don't want this. And it's claiming that our database will just be this if only we pass the correct binding name. All right, but that's not how we're going to do it. I guess we could do it in our dependency injection handle. Interesting. What does this take? Does it just take a string, or what does it take? It takes a client. Interesting. So surely it just takes a D1 database, sure. All right, so we can have a create client method here as well, export it, or what does this return? maybe instead of the index file, we have this in the hooks file. So nothing here, maybe not. So instead of the demo handle here, we do have the dependency injection handle. Maybe in this server hooks thing is where we would be doing the database connection. Let's see. Maybe in the dependency index. But we could have. Yeah, let's create a. What autocomplete AI tools you use? I do have a GitHub Copilot and I do have it connected to ChatGPT. Tip for Faranglau, something that was in the 24 days of Svelte stuff, is that SvelteKit does provide some files meant to be given as context for LLMs, which I've put into an LLMs directory here. So a common problem with LLMs is that they know stuff from like 6 months ago or even earlier. And with things like front end, where things change fast, that means it's going to give you a lot of bad advice. It may still give you like jQuery. I've seen Svelte questions get answered with Supper, which most people nowadays wouldn't even know what it is. But essentially it was like, before SvelteKit, there was Supper, like a full stack version of Svelte. But if you give it essentially the SvelteKit docs and the Svelte 5 docs, you'll be able to do this. You'll be able to get decent responses, how to do stuff with Svelte 5 runes and that sort of thing. And auto completion is what I use the most. So sometimes I will wait for VS Code to just suggest something and then I tab and I use this. Sometimes I will open the chat thingy and actually ask it a question or tell it to work on these files to like rename this. But usually I do things by hand now. I still don't find it that helpful. There are things like SQL statements that I will definitely ask it for. Things like regex where I will definitely ask it for. And when I was doing coding with Godot, game development, I did find that Claude was much better at getting answers that I wouldn't be able to arrive with because I'm a noob when it comes to game development and to script and shaders and that sort of thing. So there I would reach for it more, and I did find Claude better than GitHub Copilot with ChatGPT. But for these projects, I think GitHub Copilot with OpenAI is just fine. It's okay. Right, so I do want to create another handle. I did try cursor a little bit. I haven't heard of windsurf, and I've played with like the Gemini project as well. I think cursor is pretty good, but I'm a bit cautious because it's like a fork of VS Code, so I have to think that Microsoft will be able to bring in like the best features back into VS Code. Although I'm always surprised. The thing that I would think that VS Code and GitHub Copilot would be excellent at is creating GitHub Actions, and yet I still find that it makes so many problems with it. And Microsoft has VS Code, they have GitHub, they have everything they need to be able to create your GitHub workflows just fine, and yet they still get it wrong. So I don't know, maybe I should switch over to just Cursor if it's better at the moment. What do you use? Let me know. And in the meantime, so taking inspiration from the dependency injection handle. Mills also votes for Cursor. Yeah, in the moment it's much better. Cursor is definitely much better, but I don't know. The hope is that they will have to leapfrog it. I don't know. Right. So DB handle. Let's call this, not a great name. DB connection handle. DB handle. This is where we'll be doing the database stuff, I think. I am thinking, because maybe we'll want to run the migrations like when we first run the SvelteKit app. I don't know. Let's just do it here. Let's call it db handle, and in here is where we want to do the stuff that Drizzle wants us to do, which is just create the database here. And the database handle, bring in Drizzle from D1. And then this is going to be event platform env. And we can save no event platform. So there we don't need to check. We will need database for this project. And then we can put the whole database in the locals and use it elsewhere as we need. But how do we know what the return type of this is? I guess we could create in that index file the devdb and the real database. Maybe that's what we should be doing. Yeah, so I'm figuring this stuff out on the fly. For sure. So now I'm thinking that I do want that db file. Let's call it create client. Yeah. Platform DB. This is going to be D1 database, which we know exists. And then I guess we just return this. And Drizzle is going to be this. All right, and why am I doing this? No db handle, nothing crazy in this file, no demo handle, no nothing. But in the dependency injection handle, for example, we could create a database connection here. The event is going to have a platform, it's going to have an env, and it's going to have devdb here. And here we could say and I'm thinking that this is the point where we could make something clever, like if we're in development, then we connect the development DB, or if we aren't, then we connect to the production database, or if we have another flag enabled in our .env, then we connect to the Miniflare database. We'll see. But in any case, this database should be decent. And I would love a return to export a type for what this is. There you go, Copilot's common and class, the return type of whatever this returns. Great. And this doesn't need to be a sync, just a synchronous thing. All right, cool. Right, and we are in the dependency injection handle because we'll have our tier list repository, our users repository. That's the thing we're gonna use today. And on our users repository or user service, if you come from like frameworks like Angular or something, we're gonna give the database driver that we want to use. So that's important because we can write different implementations of our various services, like an in-memory users, or Redis users, or whatever, and easily refactor if we find that, hey, we didn't like the D1 solution just yet. Or for tests, if we want to use Miniflare, we will be able to pass in some flag to actually work against Miniflare and not the deployed Cloudflare database. Right, so we've done all of that. What did I call this chapter? Drizzle RM setup. We don't have any schemas or anything like that. So the schema that I want today is the one for users. And I think that if we move on to the email and password auth as is recommended by Lucia, which is now not a library, but a learning resource, it will give us some Drizzle ORM schemas for it. So let's use the SvelteKit adder again and see what we end up with. Let's see. So we're at 1.12.20. Shall we prove that we still can do stuff against this database? I think, yeah, let's do that. Select from users or whatever. Row SQL, can we do row SQL again? Row. That's not row. Right, so here, let's say that the statement, let's use this driver again from Drizzle ORM. The specific one, yes. And we can use our ChatGPT suggestion again. Let's see if we can actually do it. Yes, that's just a Drizzle thing. Sure. So we have the statement here. And is this not a sync? It says here use the db execute method, and of course there is no db execute method. Oh well. I imagine that has to be asynchronous. Let's see. All right, so again, we're getting the same thing. I think this proves that we are indeed getting this new time. Change this thing. Right, this is updating just fine. So we are using Drizzle to work with our database at this point, but we're still not using Drizzle at its full potential. We're not using it as a ORM, we're just running like a raw query. The power of Drizzle is when you define your database tables and you create migrations from it, and you do your select statements using some helper methods that they have. But we have proven that we've set up Drizzle, which is good. It means we can actually move on now to the Auth stuff. And we'll use the adder again. But let's do like a little commit. Let's review what we have here. We've brought in a few libraries. I have updated some libraries as well. But yeah, I think these are the ones that we need. Sure, correct. Some stuff with our Wrangler TOML. Drizzle config dialect SQLite. Is that what they suggested? I think so. D1. Yeah, they don't say anything else. Like for dialect, I do think it's Turso, for example. DB credentials, that's not it. So I wonder, how would this work? How would Drizzle Studio connect there? Because it's not going to be database URL. So that's an interesting question. Drizzle Studio is something that we're going to use on our terminal as well in order to create migrations. And I'm wondering, how is it going to get that connection? And Milos also says the driver should be using is D1 HTTP. But yeah, how will hello Son. I'm excited for more Codensil in 2025 as well. Thank you for the well wishes. So for the CLI to use, it needs to be able to connect to the database. How will it connect to the database? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Should we just go to GitHub and see? And Drizzle Studio should be using this file, that's correct. But how, like, that's not a thing in this case. I don't have a database URL sent. So what should I put in there? Two configs for local and the other one? That's a good question. Wrangler config path and the database name here, all right, promising. Driver D1, a specific one. Very interesting. And we can also specify the schema in a different way. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. Is driver really a thing? Ah, they have D1 HTTP here. Interesting enough. Do I also specify dialect? And let's see, maybe it doesn't need database credentials, actually, if we only have the one. Ah, so now it knows that URL is not a real thing when I'm using this D1 driver. Good. That's not going to be the schema. It's going to be something else, which I think we're going to specify with star, but it gets us somewhere. So yeah, I'm hoping that now that we specify that the driver is this, it's going to magically know to read our Wrangler file, the Wrangler toml from the default location. But then maybe not, because in the Wrangler toml you could have multiple databases, right? Yeah. Right. So let's see. We specify DB credentials. It feels like we should. And we also specify DB name. Ugh. It wants account ID and database ID and token. Jesus. And D1 not a real thing. Yeah. So that's interesting. Let's search D1 HTTP here. Oh my God, we want the account ID here. Interesting. But we only need this if we want to run Drizzle Studio against the production database. Interesting. Or else, what is it going to do? Right, let's see. Step by step, let's just leave it here and we'll see what it's gonna do later. And I'm not gonna do anything else here. Just lists that we don't need. We're gonna change this later. We've specified that we have this database here. We've changed this a bit to prove we can connect to the database, and we have a helper method to connect to a different database according to whether we're in dev or prod. And this is just made the hero a bit bigger. Let's see what AI thinks this commit should be named at. Okay. Close enough. Cool. So now, finally, let's see if we can get to email and password. All right. So we're gonna use the Svelte adder again. This time to bring in Lucia. Or maybe it's better to mention it as Lucia style auth, because Lucia is not a library anymore. Authentication as suggested by the Lucia project. So let's see what that's gonna add. No demo, which would have given us a login and register page. We don't want that. It's gonna add quite a lot of dependencies. Let's see. So it's bringing in a couple Oslo dependencies, which is a way to like hash passwords and stuff and create JWTs. And that's it, I suppose. We can run PNP map again to ensure we have the latest version of everything. So it did add those dependencies in our app.d.ts. It also added a couple things in our locals interface. So I guess in this thing, let's open it in a bigger window. It's importing it in an interesting style, let's say. But yeah, let's put it here. And it also created something in our hooks file, an auth helper file with quite a lot of stuff. And a schema. Slightly more complicated schema than before in that it has a couple things. It has the user table and the session table, which we're going to be using to see if a user has a valid session or not. All right, cool. So first things first, it did quite a lot of things with the handle because it didn't know that we already were using sequence before. So just export handle exactly like we were before. Copy this. Good. It created a new handle for us. We can put it in a different file next to our dependency injection handle. Let's call it auth handle TS. And put everything there. And don't know if we'll run it first or not. We'll see. We'll think about it. And it's bringing in like quite a lot of helper methods from that auth file. Let's see. So it needs this file, which is not JavaScript. And what does it do? It requires a database, which we can get from the context, I suppose. Some says that you found a way to not have redirects in every route, which we have done before. We will have a redirect handle, essentially, that is going to be doing everything. But the thing is that even then, SvelteKit, I haven't found a way for it to know that, all right, this route is protected, so it definitely has a user. Or this route is not protected, so maybe it doesn't have a user. So it's still like TypeScript still wants you to do the if the user in the locals check there, but at least you don't need to do the same logic again and again. All right, so quite a lot of things here, but the main thing this is using the DB in quite a few places, which is unfortunate. It makes me think, should I do the database connection, like have just one DB client in that file instead of creating the client like this? The alternative would be to keep creating to pass the database client in every method that we have here, which is a bit annoying, I suppose. We'll see. So now we're creating the client like this here, thanks to that helper method that we have. But maybe that's not what we want. Yeah, my problem is that we don't have like magic access to event platform env to any file. And that's why I did it like this. Okay, makes sense. So it feels like I will need to be passing in the database as a dependency to every file that the wizard has created for us here. Oh well, we'll make do. What else did this change? It created a schema for us in a way where I don't like it. So I like having a db schema directory, and in there I can have the auth schema that has all the tables that are related to auth, and then I can have a separate file that's just the tier list tables or tier list templates or whatever we're gonna have there. But that also means that we should specify in the Drizzle config that the schema files are gonna be like in there. And we'll get to the locals soon enough. The wizard did add these things for us. So no worries there, Saint-Pierre. Let's look at the Drizzle files again. And have a look at the cool multiple files schema. Where surely we specify like a globe pattern or something. It's like advanced. Star, yes. How many stars will be there? Sometimes Drizzle docs are wanting. There you go. You just specify the directory. Is this one of the cases where it claims one thing and it doesn't actually work? All right, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say that if you do specify like a directory that will magically know to scan everything in that directory, which is what we want to do here. And we have the auth schema here, and it's saying that the user is just going to have an ID, which is going to be a primary key, which is not necessarily what I want. And the session can have an ID that will have a primary, which is going to be the primary key, blah, blah, blah. How do I make this be a unique ID? I don't know. We'll see. The user ID, for sure, never null references the user ID from this table. And Drizzle have a way to magically know what you get from a select, given that it also knows what your schema table definition is. Sure. So there are a few other things that maybe I want for its user. Let's look at how we create the user here. Is it like an insert or upsert? Hello Mike, user has been great. How was your weekend? Did they really give us no logic for creating a user here? Interesting. So we have logic to generate session tokens and create sessions, add them into the database, and blah, blah, blah. But no way to create the user. I guess if we had the demo, pages, then in the register function would be creating the user, I suppose. Did they create any other files for us? No. Yeah, so I guess that's logic that we're gonna add there. Right, so I do want the user to have like a unique ID there. So in the Auth schema Auth, I do know that I want the user to have, wait a minute. Ah, right, so this is doing nothing. So it seems that the wizard isn't thinking that we're going to do email and password or whatever. Maybe the demo would be doing that if we added the demo routes that they wanted. But now they have no preconceptions of whether we're going to do email and password. So they leave it to us to actually create the user and all of those things. Hello, Remy. And you're welcome. It was fun to help out with your image problems. It's something that I'm sure has happened to me in the past, so it was easy to recall. Yeah, so now that Lucia is a library, is not a library and is just guidelines, the SvelteKit wizard adder for Lucia is assuming nothing. But I guess I named this episode email and password, so we'll need to do email and password. So we'll need to add those things in the user table. One of the things that I want here is I want the user ID to be a unique ID or a CU ID, like who cares? But we'll also have the email. We'll also need a way to verify whether the email was true or not. And later in the episode, if we do have the time, which I'm not sure if we will, we would be doing the provider auth, which we have done quite a few times in the past, which means that our auth file will also have a pivot table to connect users with a user ID to a provider ID. Like this user ID with a provider named Google, they have this ID. So Google knows them with this ID. We'll show it soon enough. But I guess the other tool just added this rudimentary users table and the session table. The session table is the one that has the most logic there. Right, so time to go to the Lucia docs here and follow their email and password. But it's not like a tutorial like step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just do it like this. All right, so let's see what type of schema they have here. Is it this? They do have a username. I have an ID, whether it's verified, whether they've registered for two-factor authentication. Right, interesting enough. Anything else to have a look at? Encryption key for their password, sure. But yeah, there are solutions that you can reach for that just do these things for you, but I do think it's important to know how it does work behind the scenes. And if you've done it once, then it's easier to copy paste into different projects here. So I'm just wondering about the order of operations here. I do want to have a look at maybe which Johnify project. It's the thing about this. Which one? This one? Let's see. Just to remember. how Drizzle likes to define a UUID. Nope. All right. Right, so just using it from crypto or whatever. That's the only thing I'm doing. I'm also specifying not null here, which I think if it's a primary key, then it cannot be null by default, so maybe I don't need it. The farming music trigger point. So node has crypto. I'm just saying, just if you create a new user, just create a random UUID for them. It should be fine. Sure. What else do I have here? Just an email that's not null, the user's name, which could be null, an avatar URL, whether they've verified their email, and a password has. All right, so this looks sensible to me. So email, we definitely want for email and password authentication, but also for most usages, I'd say. And even if you do social logins, you do get the email back, so that's fine. The user's name is also nice to know, like you can ask them what's your name at some point, not critical for the sign up, but it's also something you do get if they log in with Google or GitHub or whatever. Same for the avatar URL. Maybe we don't need it. Like in general, don't ask the user for things that you don't need. So for now, I would say if I was just doing the email and password auth stuff, we would only need this user ID, which you don't even do default to v4 style ID here. Could be anything, could be just an integer or whatever, but that could be a security risk, because if it's just an incremental integer, then a user that's user number 7, you know that you probably have a user number 6 anyway. And we'd only need the email, whether they've actually verified their email, and then a hashed version of their password that we can match when they're trying to log in with a username and password and see, do they actually match? Is it correct or not? But because, as mentioned before, I don't like writing too many migrations, I will preemptively have the things that I would think would be nice to know about the user, like their name, how they want to be called, and their avatar URL. If we get that with the user uploads, or if we get the social logins later. So Zamkier mentions different table for a user, the social providers, and the session. Do note that even though we are calling this, we are putting all of this in one file, which I'm calling the auth file, this is going to be creating different tables for us. So the user table will be different to the session table, and we'll eventually have a users to providers or providers table, as I have in other projects like this one. So I call it providers to users here, which matches how the provider knows this user, so the Google ID. No, sorry. So the provider ID, which is going to be Google, GitHub, Twitch, whatever I call the provider in my app. So when they click the Google button, they get the Google provider. When they click the login with Twitch button, they get Twitch. Provider user ID, which is how that specific provider knows this user. So Google knows me as ABC1234, and then how my app knows this user. And yeah, that will be something that we'll be doing later, and would allow us to do logins with multiple providers. If you know ahead that you want to do not only email and password login or magic link login, but also login with social providers, it's good to know this in advance instead of having to refactor too much and run more and more migrations. We have done quite a few episodes where we did escalate from just magic link to one provider to infinite providers, and this is the final solution. So feel free to have a look at that project there. we may end up like this today already. Just because we know that we will want email and password and multiple providers in the end. But for now, we will focus on the email and password. Sweet. So anything different from back then in the sessions table? Not really. I guess I do specify what I get. I do export specific types for selecting the user and inserting the user as well. It's kind of interesting. Let's see if we'll have a need of that in the future, but not now. Right. So I think we will need a sign up and sign in form now. So it's time to do some UI, I suppose. This is crashing because there are no tables like that. Or that the hook that we've added. I see. There is no table. There is no database like this. So this just have So the Svelte adder gave us this file, calling it the Auth file. Maybe we need to create a repo, like a session repo or something, and put this in one class that gets given the database. I think that's a good idea, actually. All right, thinking about this on the fly, but kind of like it. So in our repos, we have none. Let's create a users repo. No, sorry. So repos users repo interface could be auth repo or something like this. So what do we want this to do? We want it to be able to create a session, I think, validate the session, maybe invalidate the session, not sure. We will want it to create a user, not with email and password necessarily. Let's do it with email and password to start with, I guess. Could be like create email and password user, but we'll see. And we definitely want validate session token, which just takes a token, I guess. And what does it return? That's the session and the user. Interesting. Does quite a lot of stuff. So in up to T2TS, do this thing. Session validation result in our auth helper file, like this thing that the adder created for us. It's exporting this. I waited. Is this a new thing I haven't seen before, actually? Oh, the return type of this. Interesting. But why would we do it like this? I guess because then this magically knows what would the return type of these operations are. Interesting. but I cannot define this. I think I should know what a session has actually, so let's just define it here. So a session, I should know what this is. And I should have it in my schema config even. So this should be the session, right? So I can just use that. And there's this. And would the user actually be all of this? I guess so. And this validate session token returns this or null if your token is invalid. So we can create a user, can validate your session token. There is a couple helper methods here for setting the session token cookie and deleting it. We'll see if we'll need these. But doing it against an interface means that if we switch the solution to not use like Drizzle or whatever, or it makes it easier to pass in the dev DB against Miniflare, for example, the local DB or the production DB. That's why I'm doing this. Create session seems like something we would also need, but we'll see. For now, just these two things. For the user's repo interface. And we'll create the DB users repo, which is going to be a class, DB users repo. It's going to be implementing the user's repo interface. And it's going to have a create user. Sure. It's going to be doing some stuff. Did something weird there. And the validate session token thing. Sure. This is not promise void. Is it? Should it? Yes, so. We'll see. And the thing with this is that it's going to have a protected variable here for DB, which is going to be our Drizzle database. This thing, DB client, we created this before. And we can create a constructor, which is going to be doing this DB equals DB, which means, I hate the ESLint complaining about you haven't used this net yet. I'm going to use it, I promise. Which means in our dependency injection handle, finally, or in our app.p.ts, we're going to say that Also in the locals, just do the new ones that we've created. Here. We're gonna say that in the locals, we're gonna have a users repo, the Golang linter. Well, yeah, but the thing is that Golang was created with a linter in mind, unlike in JavaScript and TypeScript, where we're like, well, after everything's been done, let's try to solve this problem. And in here, we could be saying that in locals, we have something that implements the users repo interface, but then when I'm trying to use the users repo, it's going to just get me to the interface, and then I'll need to go into the implementation. So I will just say that this is going to be the DB users repo. And if I change to an in-memory one, like a key value one, for example, then I'm just going to change it in this file too. Anyway, that means that the app is running for some reason now. The app is more confident. In the dependency injection handle here, I want to say that in the event locals, the user repo, I want it to be a new DB users repo and give it the DB that I created here, which could be the mini flare DB that we may create later, or the production DB according to an environment variable, or whether we are like in the prod environment or whatever. So that's cool. And it also means that all these crazy methods that the SvelteKit adder created for us that need the DB like imported will be changing them into class methods that have the database as a dependency here. So yeah, in this episode, we'll be working through this. Good. We could also call this the Auth repo, I guess. But anyway, doesn't really matter. First thing we need is to implement the create user functionality where the user, instead of login form, actually we need the sign up form first. Yeah, finally, let's do some UI. Almost 2 hours in. And they have a couple solutions. Hello, Emal, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I wish I had more coffee, but at least I have like my lovely mug. This mug is nicer, but it is smaller than my usual one. That's the only problem. All right, so SatCN, we're using SatCN Svelte. They have like some, even the regular SatCN that's React implementation has a few ways for us to get inspired by the login form. And if you were to click sign up, where would you get? I don't know. But I guess we're gonna find out. All this is like a card, isn't it? And it has like a, don't have an account, sign up. All right, so separate page for this. And yeah, I do like having the email stuff in the end. So in this page, in the login page, we could have the login form, but at the end of the login form, we're gonna have like a link that says register, sign up. So should all of this be part of the login form? I guess. Let's start creating it here. Svelte component. This thing. It's UI rabbit hole time, my favorite. This is gonna be a form eventually, so I am gonna put it in a form. But we'll only get there, as I said, eventually. And I guess this should look like a button. The invisible link button that SatCN has. All right, there you go. Anyway, I won't think too much about this. And right, so we'll have a separate page for the sign-up flow that we need to create. We'll need to create that route in SvelteKit. We've done this quite a few times. We have a source route. We need to reflect the path that we want the user to take. So we want a sign-up directory with a few files. But we know it's going to be similar to the login route. So let's just copy that one and call it sign-up. And then in here, I'll call this page sign up, but it's not going to have a login form. It's going to have a sign up form. Sign up to Svelte. And no social providers yet. We just want an email and password, really. Rem says before now, you used to think I can build a website in a day. Well, it depends. Like lots of clients get impressed with how fast I can build some things. But I don't start from scratch. That's the trick. Like I've done authentication before. It took me like 1 week or whatever. And then in the next project, I can do it in 1 day with all the stuff that they want. But yeah, adding all those features that an app wants or a client wants takes a lot of time. But thankfully, people want very similar things. So if you have done them once, then you can do them again. You can base yourself off your latest project and get a real head start there. And that's one of the reasons that I don't like I don't advocate for just having like one boilerplate or one a project that you depend on one wizard. You should be basing off your latest and greatest project, because that's the one you'll have maintained with latest dependencies. That's the one that's going to have the most features. That's the thing that is going to help you. So yeah, it does take a while to do things from scratch, for sure. All right, so what do I want to say here? It's the sign up form. Not to do, we are doing it. Here, I guess we want to say Gainzatron. Yeah, we've talked about this before. I think that with this one, the Steerlist one, it's going to be easier to show some Cloudflare features like the uploads. So I decided to add it on this one. Because it's just Auth, you can do the same steps and add it to Gainzatron. But maybe I'll do that as well. Maybe we can have an easy stream where we've done everything in Steerlist, and then I'm copy-pasting and explaining the things again and doing it faster, and see how fast we can do that one. That is the idea. Not giving up on it yet. So here, we'll get you back to the login flow. Plunk, plunk, plunk. Good. So here for the signup, what do we have here? Especially since I was doing a lot of D1 features for the very first time, I wanted to do a trial run here. And then when we revisit, I really know what I'm doing. Right, so time to start creating the form. And we're going to use super forms for this. And I do wonder, do they have like a password solution there or something? Nah. Next, Satien. Just an input component in a form. So let's copy this one. Should we copy everything? Let's see. Nah, let's go step by step, actually. The form stuff, let's see. Gonna bring in from the form component. Do we have it in this project? I think so, because we had the email capture form. Rank should be TypeScript. And we're gonna get the form from the props. But the schema, it's gonna be something different. Let's call this data. Data on this level, infer from superforms. The form schema we're gonna write now. And I guess we could call it sign up schema, which is gonna have some Zod stuff. So sign up schema, lowercase, I suppose that's what they want. Email. Then we can just say email here. And password. Should we have a minimum? Maybe. Sure. And this is going to be the sign up schema. And we're going to use it here. All right. So then the form becomes something will run against the superform method that superforms provides. If you do this enough, then it becomes second nature. In the Zod client, stuff there. It's just yet. Right, Zod client, you can do it. Maybe you cannot. It's going to be in the adapters here. Good. And it's going to be the sign up form schema. Sign up schema. Good. And here we know we want the email field. And on the input, I'm gonna ban this. Form data is an illegal variable name. What's that about? Did we forget to destructure this? Yes, I guess. The answer is yes. All right. Cool. Let's see. So here we need to pass the form data. How do we do that? In our server method, we'll need to be returning the form, I suppose, which is gonna be a super form with the form sign up schema. Sign up schema. I think that's it. But we need to await it. And we need to give the Zod client here. Let's double check with superforms. Let's see. Super validate, not superforms. The Zod client, and that's it. And this should be asynchronous. Now our sign-up page should have data in its props that includes the form. Data is going to be data, form there, bam, this signs up. And I could say sure. And we could also spread the constraints in the input field. Do they have a suggestion here of how to do that? Just get them here. And spread them. It says in the input, I guess. Can we also spread them here? I'm not sure. I think it's on this level. Right, so we have the email and we also need the password. Password. Really use a password manager. But there are more things that we can pass here to make it a better password. For this one, this input, we wanted to have the name of email and the type of email. So on mobile devices, it will give you the keyboard that has the @ sign. I guess the name is already given, sure. And for the password, we could give the type of password. And we could give it the autocomplete type of new password, which some browsers will take the hint that this is a new password and may may give you some extra functionality to create a strong password for you. In the future, this will be more supported as well. And the value we're binding here is, of course, the password. Right, email, blah, 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 password. It's hidden because we've specified that it's a password input. Good, if this is too small and we try to submit, we still need a submit button. So let's add it, I guess, here. We press it, it's gonna tell us, hey, this one we need. I'm gonna press it, hey, you need the password. It's gonna be, hey, this needs to be like more than 8 characters. So it's all looking good. What else do we need? We need to enhance this form with super forms. And we need an action to happen after everything's been filled out all correctly. And maybe we could automatically log in the user if they don't have an account, if there is no account with that email. Maybe we can have it in the login page, actually. Not sure. We'll see. We definitely want... How huge is that going to be? Pretty huge. Right, so we could also bigger. Interesting. Hit a different button. All right. Yeah, not the prettiest thing in the world, but it works. What's gonna happen when the user presses the button? Nothing, because we haven't specified a form action. So we will. So in our server here, and if we look at the Superform docs, I'm sure they have a place where they specify the actions object. Sign up form is only going to be doing one thing. It's awesome. The form is going to be the same as how we're validating this, but it's going to get the request. As the first parameter. If not a valid form, return a fail. SvelteKit superforms. Or else, return a message. What should the message be? Guess it could be a redirect. I guess, let's see. So one of them should be the user exists, return a message to login. But if they don't exist, then create a user. And redirect and log them in. Should we ask them to put the password again? Or should we ask them to validate their email? I don't really know. Maybe we just log them in. Yeah, just log them in, create a session, create a user. So create the user, create a session for them, and redirect to the profile page. So maybe 3 to-dos. So no messages in this case, actually. This complains because our message has a specific form. Oh, we're not using this. Which has a type of error. Sometimes. And text, I guess. Looks like. So if false, then do this. We'll never get there, but if the user exists, then we are going to get there. We'll already have a user with your email. So here we could say email and password are these. Great. Good. And here, I guess if we create a user, we never match against the password. We create a user with their hashed password, and that's it. The password checking functionality will only come from data. The password checking functionality will only come in the login page, not the register page. All right. So this could this fail for other reasons? It should be first check if the user exists, I guess. Sounds like a decent utility method. So users repo should be check user with email. Check user for email. And that we can implement. Let's see, maybe AI is gonna help with this. This is just gonna take an email string. And it's gonna return Boolean. Not user or null. That's going to be the name. Great. Right. So, Copilot, will you manage to do something clever here? Should we just do like a count, or what should we do? Should our schema have an index for this? Like, should we be indexing for user emails? I think maybe the answer is yes. Was I indexing for anything here? No. Right, so I think it's a good idea to index for emails. So let's see. I think Drizzle has a new way to do indexes as well, or indices. Oh, unique index too. Cool. Let's see if it's gonna complain. Yeah, I think this is the old way Drizzle does it. I think this has been updated, but we'll find out soon enough. So the second parameter, actually the third parameter, is going to be a method that gets a table. You can do a unique index like this with SQLite core. Looks happy. So yeah, why not index? Why IDX? Fewer letters better. Why use more letters when few do trick? I guess. Right. So now we have that testing case, and here should we just do like a count? No example with aware. So this db select count the magic count method from Drizzle ORM. Actually call it user count from users. Get this from the schema where users email equals, that's equals operator, this email. And yeah, this user thing, why not auto import? So in our auth schema, we should be exporting this thing. Oh, right. So this is deprecated. I was right. And we just return an array. Like this. Done. Not deprecated anymore. Great. And I want to import this user thingy. Is it called user, not users? Was that the problem? Yeah, it should be users. This should be sessions. I like plural. So users, users, users. See, that's a migration thing that I would have messed up. Sessions. Users and sessions, all good. Right, now can you see it? Yes. ESLint. Do I need to do limit one? I don't know. All right, so this should work. This should only ever be like 1 or 0. And we can use this here in our form action. So sign up server in this action. In the locals, as we've seen, we have the users repo. So we can await check user exists for email, the email. And if it's an existing user, then we return an error message that we're going to show in a toast notification to say that we already have a user like that. So what you doing, mate? And I guess we can specify here on updated. Let's look at the events that Superforms has on updated. This is where they recommend to show those notifications and stuff. And so a warning, We can say that well, that's not, I suppose. What else can we give here? Who knows? Just text, it's fine. We could have like a link that you can click, but they can manually click the sign in link or log in here or whatever. That's fine. All right, but if it's a success, then I guess we're logging them in. Nothing particularly happens. So we create a user and we create a fresh session and we redirect to the profile page. So we don't need to display a status message. So I guess that's going to be the last step. No status message. And we'll want to create a user. So if they don't exist, we need to implement this method. But we'll need to hash the password, of course. So the naive way that will get you sued is to just store the password in plain text, but don't do that. But we will be awaiting we'll see what algorithm will have for the password hashing. And what else do we need to create like the user session or something? Let's see in that helper method. To create a session, it does take a token and a user ID. So I guess the create user should return the user ID. And the token, I guess you just generate a random one with this helper method. Sure. Hash. We'll have to look at that example. So, generate session token. Let's steal this already. This thing from also, let's copy them already. Let's look at how they handle the password hash. Oh, that's me. In this example, what do they do? Routes, sign up, server. What do they do here? Oh, interesting. They do have a check to prevent some DDoS attacks and stuff. But I think Cloudflare does it for us as well. Yeah, it verifies the email. Checks if the email is already used. Great. Check email availability is what they're talking there. They're verifying the password strength. Sure. And they have a create user method. That's the one that we should be checking. And they also send a verification email, which we're not going to do today. But where is that create user thing? Lib server user. So lib server user, they have a hash password, and I guess they have a password utilities there. Oh, interesting. They also create recovery codes. Interesting. I wonder if I'll find that that's a problem at some point. And they're also using this for hashy passwords. Sure. Why not? Interesting, this API call to see if it's a hacked password. Maybe that's something to do in the future. But for now, I wonder if this will be available in Cloudflare. Maybe this is where sensitivity will become useful. So here we get an email and password. Let's see what sensitivity has to say about this. And yeah, chat. Should I put the small context here just in case? If they have like a nice suggestion using crypto, not crypto, those things. Right, so salt in the password. It returns the salt. Should I not have the salt in the environment or something? It includes the salt in the database. I guess I can have it in the environment. Yeah, I wouldn't store the salt in the database. Sure. So, it creates some random bytes there. Oof, interesting. I can run this on the terminal. Can you give me a command to run on the terminal instead of storing the password? Like, sure. Right, so this just returns a string now. And we are gonna get the salt from the environment. And it claims that the crypto library has all of these things. Which I guess we won't need this. We'll see. So just return this. Right, so I'll need to do a couple things off screen. On screen, I can show that I'm gonna create a password salt here. That I'm gonna run this command, set this thing on the terminal. It gets me into engineering mode, this farming music as well. So, a known option. Classic. Classic. Let's ask Claude about this. I think I've logged in, but hey. It's claiming that this is fine. And who am I to say no? All right, so back to the code. Now we can use the password salt here, and has password just as this. Great. Eventually we'll want to verify the password. It's not allowing me to copy paste anything anymore. Right, it's back. Kind. Is it like a security measure? Interesting. It happens. Maybe autocomplete will get me there. password has returns a boolean. Great. We will need more than one line, it looks like. We'll do has. Timing safe equal. Yeah, keep helping. You were doing well. So what does it want? Buffer from the new has. We do want the surely we do the same thing like this, right? So we have this again. Yeah, because it needs to be the same. And then we return timing safe equal buffer from has. And buffer from stored particle has. And that's it. But we're not going to use this yet. Good. So create the user. Password has is going to be create has blank for password. And then we're going to insert using Drizzle ORM. Let's see an example of an insert just to double check. Yeah, just these values. Great. And what's the problem? Email doesn't exist. Email, this is it. This is it. Always exists. So it should be fine. Yeah. And this could also be null. So yeah, this should be fine. So what's the problem? db insert users and the values is the new user. Looks fine to me. We do know that we want to return this, to have this return a string. Have a command here, returns the user's ID. Interestingly, it seems there is a blackout happening here. I do have some auxiliary power. Let's see how long we keep going. Right, so what's the problem here? Oh, it's saying that this has. Tease Louise. But it's a string. What's this create has thing? It's the run thing. Word, okay. Create has. Right. So has password is what we wanted here. Good. So not the create has method that also exists in crypto, I guess. We'll see. But yeah, now this is a string, great. But we also want to return some values. And for that, we'll need to use it like so. So here, do I get a row of results again? I always wish they had an example saying this returns a row of results, this returns a single result. But it looks like this returns a row of results. All right, so we're creating the user, great. Let's go back to our server, action. And we want the user ID because we're gonna create a fresh session for them, as we said. Cool. So in the interface here, we don't want validate session token. We want to create a session for the user. Which is gonna look, I guess, like this. What's the token? Could be null. Could be null. So we want it here. Auth handle. So in here, do we randomly create a token? Did I copy over already? Create a session token? Yeah, I did. All right, so do I need this to be public? Maybe. If I do, it's because I also want the create session thing to exist, which returns the session. All right, so in an interface, let's say we have a create session token. Does it need the user ID? Not sure. It returns. What does it return? What is it? It's synchronous, takes nothing. It's synchronous and takes nothing. I guess I can just export it as a utility method. So no need to say anything about this. But I want to create session which takes, I suppose, a token and a user ID, indeed, and returns a session. Sure. So create session, token user ID, as promised. And it does all these things. From Oslo? From Oslo SAT2. Sure. This thing. I can just put in because it also wants the session, I suppose. The ID is going to be this, user ID is going to be this, and expire that. It's going to be a day in milliseconds times 30. Sure. So do I have like a constant? Yeah. Day in milliseconds. Export this. So in here, I could use it. And here, this db insert in the sessions table. The value is going to be the session, which I also am going to return. All right, so create session implemented, which means, again, in our sign up server flow, we can just await create session. Token user ID, it says. Token. Let's call it token. And then everything has gone correct, and we can go to the profile page. But then the auth handle is going to fire, which is going to check if we have a session token, which we will. So we're not going to return quickly. It's going to need to validate the session token, which it will not be able to do because we need to do it through the database implementation of our user repo. And if there is a session, then do we want to do all of this stuff? I guess. Shouldn't this been doing like all of this logic? Unclear. But we will have access here to event locals db user repo. So we will be able to create these operations here. So I guess we need to implement this. Where else do they want us to run this? Nowhere else, it looks like. So every time we validate, we could be doing this. But I guess this has access to like the event. Maybe that's fine. They don't want us to do it like this. So let's do it step by step. First, we need to implement, as we've seen, this validated session token. Right, so quite a lot of things. It is actually renewing the session and all of that, so that's kind of interesting. Oh well. Where do we call invalidate? Session? Nowhere. I guess when you log out, you invalidate the session. I suppose. But yeah, all of this logic, plonk. Let's see, DB users repo, well, it says some token. I guess it gets a token and then does a million operations. Which we're gonna copy paste this DB, the first row. It's the users table. It's the users table. It's the sessions table. From the sessions table, but you inner join the users table, where the sessions user ID equals to the user's ID, where the session ID equals to the session ID as decoded from the token, not this method it gets given. All right, kind of makes sense. If there is no result, then there is no session and no user, great. But if there is a result, then we distract our session and user from it. We check whether the session has expired. And if it has, we delete that session from the sessions table. Just that one by doing that check. And return again session null, user null. Or else, like every time we do this check, I guess, we renew the session. We create a new timestamp essentially for it, and we run an update operation in the sessions table. The new expires at, which we override here in this object. Again, when the sessions ID equals this session ID, and return this. Great. Well. Right, so here is what we actually want from the user. I guess on the backend we can get everything. Everything we want. We can just return the user ID in the email. But then in the future, if you also want the avatar URL, you return from here, the display name that they want, all of these things. If you want them, have them. And that's about it. I guess here it complains because it wants many things. We've said we want everything. Can we just spread everything here? I guess. Let's do it. Avatar URL. Still complains because it wants the password, which we wouldn't want in any case. So yeah, let's say that this returns UI user maybe. Do we use this anywhere else? So now this validation thing is happy, and it means our auth handle can do the same thing, but using event locals users repo, like so. And then set session token cookie. What does this do? It's just an operation that works with the event object. So maybe these two things we can actually keep in here in the handle. I think. But maybe not, because we'll also want to run them in we also want to set this cookie in the action, don't we? So where do we want these helpers? That's my question. We've managed to make do with this. I think we've also done this. Create session. So the question is, these cookie helpers, where do we put them? These cookie helpers. Should these be in the lib auth? Maybe. Maybe auth cookie. Maybe auth cookie helpers. And then in the auth handle, this flip note. Set session token cookie. Call it. Or delete session token cookie. But we also want this. All right, and finally, in our action, I guess we want the session back here, or else we're screwed. And we also want the whole event. Event request. Event locals users repo. Event locals users repo. Event locals users repo. And session token, how do we get that? It's this. There you go. And create session, it does return the session. Great. So import this, and we're good to go. This should be setting, creating the database records and setting the cookies correctly, and we'll be redirecting to the profile page, which we don't have. But we can create just for success, just to prove that we've succeeded in something. And yeah, let's copy this random page, call it profile page. Profile. So we should end up in this page eventually. What else? I guess the only other problem is that we haven't run the database migrations. So that's the remaining thing. Let's look at the agenda here. Let's call this then we do login with email and password. Probably call it a. Right, so I am gonna attempt to run this, but our database is gonna flip out because we don't have the correct tables. let's see. Double check. I have my terminal here. I will change this hash afterwards. Right, so what happened here? We are in the sign up form. Let's double check. Sign up form. We are here. We're using the enhance from here. Good. So in theory, this should have worked. And yet it didn't. And we should have, I haven't made the form post form. Classic state method equals post. It's not a get form. It's a post form. All right. So let's try again and get the database error of our dreams. Press register, and then there is like a huge error here. And no such stable, no user stable. So we need to create and run our migrations. Great. Maybe something else. I guess we could be try catching this and showing a different message in this case. But I don't like that idea. So let's move on to database migrations. All right, so migrations. It's the moment of truth. So I claim that our Drizzle config is gonna flip out because I'm not specifying which database I'm gonna be using, but there is just one database in the Wrangler toml, so maybe it's gonna run against this one, maybe it's gonna run against everything. I don't know. But in any case, what we want to run is a generate migrations command, which I guess it's just DrizzleKit generate. Let's see what happens. So npm generate tb generate migrations. Let's just copy all of this. Oh my god. It just worked. It just worked. Milos was right. Let's see what it created. So Drizzle thing. Session stable, user stable, email index on the user stable, and it all looks fine. I would add like a prettier command here. The output will always be the Drizzle on the Drizzle directory. So let me double check the flag for prettier to actually write. Yeah, that's right. Fair enough. So if I run this again, it shouldn't generate more migrations, right? nothing to migrate. Great. Sleepy face. Awesome. And I like this. So now, if I run the migrate command, it should actually migrate our Cloudflare database, right? Let's see. So, no tables. If I run the migrate command, it's gonna just work. Let's see if we're still in Just Works team. All right, so it actually needs account ID, database ID, and token ID. Huh. Interesting. Hello, Delight. How are you wondering? So Delight has the common misconception that I had. We're not using a library called Lucia because Lucia, the library, is deprecated. But we are using the tutorial and the guidelines that they have to create our own custom implementation. So this is not using something instead of Auth.js or whatever library you want to use. This is an episode where we custom hand roll our own authentication solution to understand how it's going. I was surprised as well. But that is the answer. But also, that is why we've been spending like 2 hours trying to set things up here, because we're not using a library and we have to write a lot of custom code here. But at least we're not stuck in a deprecated scenario. Right, so apparently Drizzle config is able to read the database that's in the Wrangle config, but it's not going to actually be able to run the migration command unless we specify these things. What else could be done here? So D1 migrations, because we specify the migrations directory somewhere, right? So will these magically run when I deploy this project? I guess so. I guess that's the idea. I think the theory is that if we push this to production, like that, this is not going to work. But if we push this in production, because in our Wrangler toml, we've specified that the database migrations directory is Drizzle migrations, which is not this. So is it just Drizzle? Should we put it in a migrations directory? Will it just scan the SQL file so it's fine? You can specify the output directory for sure. You can have different configuration files, which we may need, sure. So I'm gonna say that if on our Wrangler toml in this directory we have things other than SQL files, it's fine. And Cloudflare is just gonna figure it out. I think that's how it works. And then we don't have to run the migrations manually. I think that's gonna work. And yeah, so now the problem is that I need to deploy for this to actually happen. But there is a couple values that I need to specify. It's just the password salt, I guess. So yeah, I can specify a custom salt, no problem with that. No problem at all. So in our workers and pages, Steerlist. In settings, I'll go to the environment variables and set a secret environment variable. For password salt. It's going to be secret. And again, I'll need to go to the terminal. To run the command again to create new secret. Right here. Sweet. So what else have we done here? We've brought in a couple libraries. This is fine. We've added this environment variable, which I've added it to production as well. We've changed the Drizzle config a little bit to account for a directory of schemas instead of just a single schema file. We've added the libraries for crypto and a generated migrations helper one, how they are actually supposed to be done. This thing which I think when I push to the main branch, my theory is that Cloudflare is going to try to automatically deploy this and apply these migrations, which are these. And this is for some local safekeeping, I suppose. Drizzle keeps track of what the current state of the database should be according to the schema that you have now. I think that's how it works. All right, so we have this auth handle. This was supposed to be like local demo code, but we'll see. Maybe, well, we'll definitely be brave and see how we do. Quite a lot of stuff in this file. A lot of it is what the wizard gave us. The Svelte under gave us. We just abstracted it away in a few classes. Login form doesn't really do anything. Sign up form does actually do a lot. So, last stream of 2024, of course, we're gonna do something live. Let's see. Let's see what the AI thinks this commit is. Is it like do everything? I'd say sign up flow. Yeah. Sure. All right. Good luck to us. I'd say 40% chance we break production. A lot. Non-zero chance it actually works, but it won't perfectly work in any case. So best case scenario is that you can register, sign up as a new user, but the sign-in flow, login flow will never work because we haven't done code for that. Deployment in progress. Gainzatron 6 days ago is doing stuff. Let's see. So I suspect this won't at least break the regular page, which doesn't even have maths. The question is, will the migrations be applied? If that's the case, going through the register form should get me to the profile page that we haven't really implemented. And then locally, we will be able to go on and implement the login flow as well. But we do have quite a lot of stuff to do next time. 3 hours plus of coding. It goes by fast sometimes, and today has been one of those days for sure. And it's like a classic day where my ambitions were much, much better. I think so. I was pretty sure we'd get to the playwright tests for the login. And my ambition was that we would do one of the social login ways, knowing that even the creating a user flow wouldn't be ideal because you'd want password reset and password recovery, like that sort of flow. But I thought we could show the main stuff and test with playwright, which doesn't feel like we're going to be doing today. But let's see. Failed deployment, definitely not going to happen. We're in the 40% case. So what happened here? Ugh. I've added a silly pre-render. And I guess everything needs to access the database now, I guess, if you're logged in. So I cannot pre-render anything, sadly. But that I should have known with a local build. So I'm gonna force commitment, force push, and run the build step here, which I should have done before as well. This is one of those cases where the build should have failed in locally as well. All right, so it passes now. It takes 10 seconds to build, which is quite a lot. All right, so we're trying again. Let's see. But yeah, email and password, not my favorite way. I thought that the Svelte adder would be adding some stuff for email and password, but I guess that's only if we had enabled the demo routes, which makes sense. I think the demo, when I tried it 2 months ago, and those routes were with vanilla email and password. That's why I thought that they'd have it even if you don't request it. So we did need quite a bit of time to write our own hashing algorithms and stuff. Not our own hashing algorithms, to implement, to use hashing algorithms to hash the password and do the salt and all of that. It took us a bit of time. And I guess we could have gone with the social login with Google Flow, which is always easier because you don't need to worry about user passwords and stuff. But we learned something new. Ugh. faster fail today. Ooh, no crypto in Cloudflare. Interesting. Son says, have you ever set up CI to commit and push to main on every keystroke? Wow. Layout shifts without pre-rendering is the question by Faranglau, which I'm not sure I get. Like most routes we do not have pre-rendering. I guess the elements that are suspicious to cause layout shifts, like images, I make sure to have a width and a height there, so they won't cause a layout shift. Anything that will get bigger after the first load, I just specify to be as big as it needs to be. Right, so no crypto there. I thought that would have been there. I think it's a Wrangler thing that we didn't add this time. Yes, so we must have seen this before. Maybe in the Drizzle config for Cloudflare. There you go. I don't like adding things I don't understand. I didn't just copy paste this. So the compatibility date, how do I find this one? Should be the current date. Sure. What a date to do it. So today, 29th, I think so. So let's try again. And let's look at the deployed Steerlist thing. So the pre-render pages were the terms of service and the privacy policy, which you don't need to render every time, but I can just have like a huge expiry date as well. And since it's not text, they don't have images here, they will never layout shift. Never, he says. With all the confidence. With the confidence of someone who didn't just have 2 back-to-back failing builds. This one I didn't commit the changes, so I'll make it 3. All right, let's see. What's gonna get us this time? Will we make it through the build strap? Looks like... Ugh. Why? It's the same error as before. Why? Isn't it this? Is it in settings? Is it a different one? Is Drizzle just making things up? Was not compat ever a thing? So was this ever a thing? Deprecated. Great. They got me again. So let's see. 4 times is a charm. And while this deploys, we can actually read the manual. Right, so this is deprecated. Use this. It says this kind of works, but maybe not for the stuff that we want, like crypto. Close to this one. Ah, maybe we were like in the Node.js compat v2. Or maybe not. Crypto. There you go. We are gonna have it. So if we're gonna fail, it's not gonna be that. This is like failures that I didn't even dream of. I forgot that may happen before. We're back to, will the migrations apply? Is one of the questions. And if they do apply, did all of the stuff we did blind actually work? Let's see. Let's find out. But how? But how, Johnny? It says either this or this. So why do we not have it? Are they the same? Well, I have it to even later, so it should be fine. So yeah, this is definitely what we need to do, and we did it, but... And yet... And yet... What else could it be? Yeah, this is yesterday, time where things were working. So it's still the same problem, but should I just try to use something else? Locally, this still works. Press retry, but I'm not sure. And I do have the Rambler config in the correct level, I can only imagine, right? Do the SvelteKit docs say anything else? It's saying that it's looking at this thing. Experimental config, not really. Yeah, not sure how to get around this, to be honest. And like we've added this for sure. Is it that the name is different? Let's write some code in the login flow. Maybe because I'm pasting the same commit, that's a problem. Who knows? We do know that at some point we will need to log in. So let's try that, see if we get unstuck. So we did that at some point around 3 hours in. I'll have to double check. But now, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I guess a way out is to not use crypto for the hashing stuff and use a library like Oslo or something. But we've used this before. We will use it for like the random UUID stuff. So yeah. Should I do like a quick check? Cloudflare, crypto, enable, whatever that was called. To fix this, simply switch to crypto.js. And thanks. Thanks, man. Doesn't really make sense, does it? But yes, should we just do this? So I've enabled these flags that do nothing, but maybe I can use Oslo for these, right? Maybe this is where Copilot can finally do something helpful. Right, Copilot? Can you do it? Still using crypto. Apparently it's a thing. It could very well be just a hallucination, of course. You know they love these. Yeah, not a real thing. Is it? Nope. Crypto. But yeah, they have a couple of ways to do this, but doing it live, it's a bit much. Feels like something that Claude would be able to do. And yeah, let's see. Let's see. Copilot versus this. Get wrapped on values. Where do you get this? Not a real thing. Classic. Yeah. Let's do the login implementation and move on with our lives. Let's do something fun for a bit. So we have the sign up form. Can just copy it, I guess, and paste it into the login page, or maybe not. Copy its contents and paste them in the login form. But say a different thing here. But the schema is going to be a bit different. Still email and password. In the login page here. And then on updated we do nothing. I guess if there's an error, we saw the error. Did I manage to get my new keyboard for Christmas? Yes, it sounds very creamy, it sounds very nice. I can't really show it here. It has like palm, more boring tones, but it's finally has arrow keys, so I'm able to move around more easily. But it sounds beautifully creamy. Hopefully you can hear it less, and if you can hear it, it sounds nicer. Thanks for asking and remembering. Right, so if there is an error, we want an error message like, we don't know what happened there. It doesn't sound correct. You need email and password. Did you get anything fun for Christmas? It's a very nerdy gift for sure. This is not a new password. I wonder if you need an autocomplete for current password. Not really. I was reading about this recently. And search for password ones. Current password, sure. Brilliant food. Memories, not items and gadgets. That's the way to go, to be honest. I'll check the stream chat. Thanks for the assist. I just need to do some UI to calm down. Right, so this looks kind of fine. Now here, much like in the sign up page, we want to return a form. Did I call this login schema? I did. So what's the problem? No problem. And here, data is gonna be let's data equals props rate data form. Right. The email address. All right, so we have all of this. Plonk, plonk. What else do we need? Change this a little bit. Cool. So we need form actions now. Maybe take inspiration from these actions. Plonk. So the default action for this will be to super validate the login schema. If it's not a valid form, we return a 400. Is this from superforms actually? Yeah. Or else, well, I don't know. It's seems we did forget something. We did this. So we have the email and password. I guess we need a validate. And if we do validate, then we get the user ID, we generate the session token, and we do the same things as the other. Right. But I guess the to do here is what? What's the error we're gonna return? So here, I guess we want a method that returns a user ID. And if we don't get a user ID back, then we return this message. And that's it. We don't take it from here. So our interface is it like sign in with password? Let's call it get find user by email and password. Yeah. Then doesn't need. Cool. So in here, we want to run this thing. So our DB users repo. We have a verified password method. And I guess I will need to copy that name because it's huge. Cool. So no count. Let's select the ID, which is going to be users ID from users, where the email is this. And I guess we also want the password hash. And in the interface, we can say that this returns string or null. And we're not leaking any information, whether we have the account or anything, we'll do the same thing. It's string or null, as we said. And it's also gets different parameters. All right. So ID and password has, and then we verify password, the given password against the password has. But that may not exist. Yeah, we could be making it easier for the user by saying more information that, oh, we have this email, but it's not the correct password. We have this email, but you probably logged in with Google or whatever, but then you're leaking information, which is good for the, not the naive user, but the well-meaning user, but really good for the malicious parties that want to hack you. So we're not gonna leak that information and behave the same way, no matter if the email is incorrect, the password is incorrect, whether they've logged in with Google before, whatever. We'll just pretend that there is a mismatch and we don't know more, which is annoying for the user, but you have to do it because we're not in a perfect world, sadly. Anyway, so what does verify password return? What does it do? That's a boolean, right? Then the user ID, if that's correct, great. You could have a log here, but then if people are being naughty, then you'll just be paying for the logs. Right, so all of these things, we're getting stuff from the database. So we're doing a read anyway. We cannot do the equality for the password here. So just search for this email. There's only gonna be one. If there is nothing, early out with null. If there is no password, has early out with null. If it's not the correct password, return null. But if it is the correct password, return the user ID. So here, we want to call find user ID by email and password. And then if we don't have a user ID, we send this. If we have the user ID, we create a new token to create a new session and to set a session quickie for them. And then when we redirect them to profile, they will be able to do everything they please. So that should be all. And something will go wrong in that the database does not have the tables that we wanted to have. No such table users is what I get, which is what we expect. But yeah, I think that's it, really. And like this is common logic to the other Auth. Maybe we can refactor it at some point, but no need to now. So one more big method here. Implemented the login route. Cool. Oh, did I eat this? Oops. All right. What does AI think we did? Sure. So sync these changes. Let's have a look just in case it's my force pushing that created some problem with Cloudflare. If not, I will look at the Discord chat and see what Cloud came up with to replace crypto. And I will give that a go. Let's see. Even if we make it through the build step, which we didn't, the problem is that we may still not apply the migrations, for example. But Farangelo, you're still using the native crypto packets, which node is, which Cloudflare is just going to say that, you know, not a thing. We don't have it. So I don't think it's the specific things we're getting from crypto. It's the whole thing, right? So not the file system, but this building knows. Add this flag, and all your problems will go away. And yet, no. So I guess I did ask load as well, so that's not gonna help me at all. So where am I using crypto? In a few places. This is the main one. The random UUID one is also a thing. Those they're mentioning this, the crypto global as well. Cloudflare is just not, just doesn't have it. But yeah, Cloudflare. There is a crypto one. Yeah, is there a place? I'll also do the Hail Mary of trying to change this to the V2, even though they claim that the compatibility date should be enough. Could it be that the name of this is it shouldn't have it? Could it be? End staging, interesting. It's saying required, so. But it did work even though I wasn't specifying this. And it's saying that it's also required to have a main. So that's interesting. Your service name. Ooh, Cloudflare Worker has a UUID library. Well, that's good. I think this thing with the config is kind of promising, I guess. What else do they claim that they need? So main is this. Compatibility date is this. Good. Name of the worker. Is this just random? Could be. I imagine that the Cloudflare adapter does this for us. That's why it was working without it before. But there is a chance that it's overriding a few flags as well. So yeah, that's gonna be maybe my last attempt going it down that route. Or else I will have to replace some libraries here. So use this if you just need before. I do, but it doesn't seem to work. Sadly. Nope. Interesting. So even worse now. I guess I didn't specify the correct file. Even though that's what the example said. If I run the build command in the terminal, does it build now? Let's see. Yeah, it builds. And it is on like SvelteKit output, whatever. Oh well. So clearly this didn't do anything. Would name fix it? Another Hail Mary. If I don't specify the name, if I let it, if I let the magic adapter, much like it magically adds the main file, maybe it will magically add the name of the worker, and that's the problem. Who knows? So yeah, I lied. That is not gonna be the last Hail Mary that we'll try. This is gonna be the last Hail Mary that we try. Almost to a page full of reds. I wonder if they actually have patziness in here. Maybe they don't. Maybe you can have a million deployments. At least it's trying to build. Oh, it failed. All right. So let's do. Does Oslo have? Nothing new with UUID here. Right, focus. We did say, or maybe a UID. Nah, we have a solution, just use it. Just use the solution. Oh, will it work? It says that it's using this one behind the scenes. Not convinced. Blah, blah, blah. The web crypto offers works significantly. Sure. So is this like a crypto global that I shouldn't import from anything? If I don't import it, will it just work? Any examples? Ugh. All right, so wherever we're importing crypto, let's see. Here, if I don't use it, yeah, it will try to use it from there, but that's fine. Once we have the unique ID here. In this file, we're just not using the crypto library. That's fine, right? Okay, so maybe I've just been silly. Yeah, just use it like this, mate. They say it even in the docs. Sure. So that should be available. But what else does it have? It has get random values apparently. So this one's fine. It's these two that even like ChatGPT claimed that I should be using. Maybe I don't want them. So let's see. Should I try again? Interesting. Relies on node-specific APIs. Whoops. The only one. So if I switch to this one, let's see. And then that's a dependency. Ah, no salt on this one. Am I supposed to add it to the password? I guess. Right, so let's see. So try to hash password with the salt and return it. And I guess it's asynchronous now. It looks like it's not a real thing. But I swear about it as a dependency. Email and password problems. So yeah, I cannot add it. What else could we try? I wonder. Let's see. Interesting. So we do have this 256 here. Can we just use that one? Anything else? Where are we using this anyway? Just to encode this. I guess this is fine. Ask, it sounds a bit harder. Try harder sensitivity. Yeah, that's one. It's not a real thing. Apparently. So would this result to the same session ID every time? That's my question. So if I give it the same token, does it return the same thing every time? So can I use it for password matching? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. So is this two-way? I don't know, but we have the salt as well, so I'm not sure. Let's try it. It's a silly way to do it. Should I ask again? Jesus. That's a very high password. It's the web crypto API. And then I do all of this and it tells me that we are in node compatibility mode, so we don't have the web crypto API. Be quite funny. Ask the latest one as well. And let's see if it's gonna work. Dave's docs as well. It's adding pepper. Love pepper. I don't want salt and pepper. I didn't understand incorrectly. It had a better response before, right? So this looks decent enough. Yeah, thank you for telling me to run these methods. I'm spacing out due to the long stream. I forget where we are even. I'm sure there's gonna be like some problems with entropy or whatever. But I don't care about that. I don't care about rainbow tables. I don't really care if you can go back to like the user's original password if you get the hash, because you should be using a password manager anyway. So yeah, I'm putting the blame on the user. Will this work? I don't know. But we'll try. All right, so iterations, Jesus. Can I remember doing this part in the past? All right, so that's looking good. How do we verify the password? We use the same method. Great. I guess this is not a timing safe equality check, but hey. Oh, this is a sync, I guess. Sure. So why am I not calling this hash password? No one knows. Right, so now I need to await this too. All right. No more crypto. Been saying this for years. Is it gonna work? We'll find out. Last attempt for the day. If we succeed, maybe we'll do like a bit more. But if not, we'll call it a day and I'll have to regroup. Let's see. If it does fail, then we'll definitely start 2025 with this already working because I have done it online, and then we'll show how to do the social logins, which we've done before, so it should be fine. In the meantime, my Mac's ran out of... Oh, success! All right. So let's see. No problems. No problems. Who knows if we're gonna have problems? I'm running out of storage, so different problem here. Actually, it feels like the migrations didn't run. And we'll have a problem like this. And even locally, let's see. If we get the same no databases problem. So yeah, no such table. So it seems the migrations are not running. Sure. Yeah, no tables, no nothing. Why? I don't know. But we can move on with running these migrations. Almost 5 hours in. Wow. All right, so if you remember back last year, 2024, we did have this command to run migrations, db migrate. So I will attempt to run here. But it's saying that we need an account ID, a database ID, and a token. Who knows what the token is? But it must be important. So I'll have to do it in a secret window. Let's see. So what does it claim that it wants? A database ID, which I have, an account ID, which must be somewhere, then a token. What's a token supposed to be? In the Cloudflare dashboard. Ah, so I need to create a token with D1 edit permissions. Fair enough. Right, with these instructions, even I can do it. So let's copy these things. In .env.test. These are definitely not secret, but why commit them? I am gonna switch to the other window and start filling them in. So I'm opening my conf and I'll follow the instructions to see. Find my database ID, my account ID, which I can find in Workers and Pages Overview. It says Workers and Pages Overview. There is an account ID, indeed. Create instructions here. Great, especially for Drizzle. All right, and last one. This should definitely be secret. In my profile, apparently, I can go to API tokens, indeed, and I can create a token. Maybe with a template. There are some templates. Edit zone DNS, read billing info analytics, edit Cloudflare workers. Who knows? I'll do a custom one. I'll call it Steerlist D1. And the permissions is it going to be zone, storage, account? Oh, there is account D1 edit permissions. And I guess that's it. Time to live forever. I guess it has access to everyone because I can't seem to be able to do something more specific here. This is fair enough. All right, so it has a secret token for me. Paste it in here. Good. And now let's see if we can go to the Drizzle config and actually specify these things. We can specify that the Auth directory could be here. I wonder if they do it because that's the default with D1 and we didn't do the default. Could be. Anyway. We can do if no or no. You can do it autocomplete. This would be amazing autocomplete for you. Come on, you can do it, Copilot. It did it. All right, so now with these things, and they are in .m, so I think it's gonna magically get them. I think the CLI is clever like that. Let's see. Oh. Good. Takes a while, but it runs them. All right, so let's see if our code actually works. So locally, to log in, I'll check. Like, do we have like this guy? I'm trying to log in. No table exists. I will restart the dev server just in case. Like the proxy Wrangler thing. Maybe. Nope, still the same thing. So no users table, it's saying. So what migrations did it apply? What is happening? What? So the migrations did run. Good. That was true. And yet, locally, it's saying that it's not a real thing. And I don't get it. Because Wrangler shouldn't be running against that database, right? Does production work and local not work? It has to. All right, so local development doesn't work. We're not applying the migrations to the local database. I don't know why not. Oh well. But since we're here, what a way to do this. So on error, I don't want to clear the form, so reset form false. And if I sign up for free, let's put in my email, put in a very easy to guess password, press register. We get redirected to the profile page. Perfect, we did it. And now we try to log in. Then once again, we'll get redirected to the profile page after a while. So we need like a loading spinner and stuff. But we made it. You can try it out in production. So the profile page, we're calling it random. It seems like the random page actually. Whoops. Seems the wrong page here. And loading spinner. Do I have a spinner here? Does Iconify have a spinner? I think I have a spinner somewhere. Oh well. Maybe this one. So let's go to our Reddit login forum. And in this button, we can do spinner component, which is going to be an icon which we import with like a very specific way, kind of like this, with the tilde. So it's going to be line ND loading. So use that spinner all the time. But actually, let's put it a bit on the right. Looks great. But we only want to solve it when the form is delayed. And Superforms provides something for this. Hands are getting cold again. Type. So only when the form is delayed, this is gonna fail. This is gonna show. And let's do the same for the login form. This was the login form. So the same for the sign up form. Just call it sign up. I'll change the name. Delayed from here. All right, so double check. It looks beautiful. Good. And I also want to call this sign up form, so I can easily find all the forms. It even changed the name. Great. Good. So what else do we need, if anything? So there should be a way where the migrations apply automatically and I don't have to apply them like this. But I'll need to think about the best way to do this, because I don't know. If this was run on a node server, I will run it when the node server starts. But because it's a function, I don't think I want to run the migrations every time this happens. I thought that the Wrangler config would make the migrations run, but I guess that's not the case. I'll need to read up on it more. So yeah, 5+ hours in. I think this is going to be it for today, just to confirm that we get another good deployment and you can actually go through the login flow. And let me know what you want the next episode to be. Probably testing this login flow now that we have the email and password. The testing Auth is always hard, but the easiest way to test it, and quite simple now with Playwright, is if you do have an email and password flow. Even if you don't, it would make sense to have your database accommodate for email and password, just so your end-to-end tests are able to use it, like expose an API that only your end-to-end tests can use, for example. And that will allow you to test things like protected routes and stuff. But the ideal login flows for me are magic links and social logins. So we will be applying that to the future. We didn't do any auth route protection. So there is a lot of auth stuff that we can still learn. But we learned a little bit about Cloudflare D1, I dare to say. So that's good. If you want something completely different, let me know. I won't be going back to Gainzatron quite yet, because I want to finish up all the links we have with Auth, so we can do an episode of here's how you can bring in Auth to a project without me needing to look up things and to spend 6 hours to do it. Maybe like 3 hours would be good. But yeah, that's about it for today. Deployment succeeded. Let's see, do we get spinners? Validation, but password. Oh. I think this logged me in. Even though clearly that was not the correct password. Wow. So that's something to debug in the future. What else can we do? So if I try to log in with the same email, what happens? So we do get on the right a little pop-up. Maybe that form shouldn't reset either. Yeah, we survived crypto. So we get this pop-up that this user already exists. So that's good. In the forms, we saw the spinner. I double-checked whether it's right. We need these buttons to be relative. Right, so what was the problem here? That with any password, like this seems to match. So the login page, find user ID by email and password, we're running this. This method, we get some rows, if there is nothing, then we do this. Then we verify the password. Is that, I guess that's not a Boolean anymore. So that's a problem. We need to await it. This was an always truthy promise. Important fix. Yeah. So we were getting a promise pack for the password check, which is always truthy. So even though the password didn't match, we were getting logged in. If there is a 3-word sentence for this, and the acronym is LOL. It happens. Yeah, more things. Now we do have the user in the locals, and therefore we can pass it to the UI and use it in the UI. Like for the header, we can show the profile page button here and logout button in the profile page, so we can nuke the user session. But we won't do that today because we are 5 hours in. So if we did manage to do a deployment, let's see. Try to log in with the wrong password. Try again. All right. Let me show the toast notification a bit better. Could not log you in. Please check your email and password. Great. With a successful email and password, we're able to get in there. Cool. And I said before, if we try to log in, create a new account with the same password or different password, then we know that we already have a user like this. But if you try the flow and put in your email, then you'll be able to log in as a fresh user. And we can double check that we actually got these users here in D1. There you go. And the password is a password hash. So if Cloudflare gets hacked, then it's still fine. At least we won't be looking at the users' passwords. Maybe the hashing solutions aren't the best. Maybe you can arrive to this hash, but I don't know how, because you don't have the salt that they add. But I'm not sure. I just don't know. Anyway, I'm putting the onus on the user to use a different login method when I add it, or to just have a password manager create a fresh password for them and not reuse passwords here. But yeah, that's it. Feel free to try things out, more things to add to this app and the other, but I think we've done quite a lot today. And again, let me know what you'd like to see next. It's very likely I'll do like a refresher. Here's what we actually did last time with the login methods. Maybe do the password reset as well, because now if you've lost your password, like it's gone forever. I don't know what I do offline, but it's likely I'll do the quick recap and then move on to do social logins. So provide another option to be like, or login with Google, login with tweets. Those are the things we will do live in the next episode in the new year, in 2025. I hope you have a great time until then and an amazing time in 2025. I do think that more and more SvelteKit specifically jobs are popping up, and SvelteKit has been a delight to use for the past years, but it's been like about 1 year that I would confidently use SvelteKit in production, in paid projects, and consult about this. In any case, the best way to predict the future is to build it. That's why I enjoy Svelte as an outsider of the Svelte ecosystem, and that's why I'm trying to demystify things that are happening in there. But I'm open to exploring anything. I'm sure we'll be doing more Astro stuff in 2025 as well, for example. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today's rambling. Thanks to everyone for watching, spending so much time with me in 2024 and in this session. Not all of it was in this session. We did quite a few marathon streams this year, especially to the people in the chat and common supporters in the Discord. A lot of nice Discord there. Thanks to you. Again, have a lovely holiday period, an amazing new year, and I'll catch you on the other side. Bye.